Check, check, check.
Yeah. I'm just saying that mic was just acting up. All right, I'm gonna do this. Okay. Cool. Sounds good. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna hang out. All right. You know, guys, I'm gonna swap these guys out. These guys are more in charge. Somebody unplugged our stuff.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, well, I did.
I don't want to refer to them individually
Yeah,
as an
just one.
attachment. Thank
That's
you.
why I did them 1 through 5.
Are we supposed to have read these?
I don't think so.
They're,
This is a summary of what was in
yeah,
that.
it's a summary.
this is the Committee on Public Works, and I'm Vinnie Petrilli, I'm the chair. Counselor Tony Palumba is the vice chair, and Counselor Kenny Woodland is the secretary, who will be taking the notes. The purpose of this meeting is to, and you can excuse this, it's kind of long, but the town attorney wrote it, to perform due diligence for the two Extenet Systems petitions for small cellular antennas in the public right-of-way at 141 Palfrey Street and 550 Arsenal Street, and one AT&T New Singular Wireless petition for a small cellular antenna at the right-of-way at 5 Coolidge Avenue, including an analysis of the technical issues and the permitting process with this new technology, determine an appropriate application fee, and other possible conditions to be imposed, and make a recommendation to the town council. So, I took the opportunity to prepare some stuff to try to help the discussion go well with this. We've scheduled 3 meetings tonight, January 15th, a second meeting 2 weeks from tonight, January 29th, and a follow-up meeting a week after that, February 5th. So I sort of prepared some discussion points to guide our discussion tonight. It is the expectation that we get this on the February 12th town council meeting for a vote. So, and I just, so if my colleagues have any questions about whether we should, okay with proceeding this way, do you have any questions or comments or changes? All right, so we'll proceed according to this schedule. The first thing I want to talk about is the overview of the issue. So this is, so back in September, the FCC voted a new regulation which basically limited a municipalities' right to regulate small cellular antennas in the public right-of-way. So that became effective. Yesterday, January 14th. So that's sort of, what that does is it limits the fees we can charge, and it limits the time limit we have for approving a petition, which is 60 days, 60 calendar days. It also sort of somewhat limits what we can do from a regulation standpoint. So we've had now these, first the 2 Extenet petitions came, and those are at a public hearing in November, and that got tabled for a recommendation from this committee. The AT&T petition has not been on the agenda for public hearing yet. I think the intention will be to schedule that for a public hearing at February 12th, so we're going to need to advertise that to make that happen. So that's sort of the broad overview, and what a lot of what's driving this is the new 5G technology. People are using their cell phones much more for data. People are using their cell phones in their homes, and there's a lot of demand for people to get better signal and throughput in their homes, which is what the 5G, the 5th generation cell phone, is intended to address. These petitions, though, are both dual bands. These are both 4G as well as 5G antennas. Is that correct? So that's if you look at the data sheet of the antenna. So this is actually both. These are sort of like the regular base station antennas that your current phones use, but they also will be able to be used for 5G when that time comes and those products are actually available for sale. So the outcome of this process is that a recommendation from this committee to the full town council about approving these petitions and determining what kind of conditions are placed on these petitions when they're voted for approval. So I sort of broke down, so there was a very long document that the FCC published, which had been distributed to the council and some members of the public. And I sort of broke that down into sort of the relevant things that really, the key things that address to us. So there's the 4 things I'd like to discuss tonight: fees, the technical regulations, the approval process, and what is actually required to be in the application. So I'd like to sort of walk through the discussion with the committee on those things. Then I'd like to look at the 3 petitions and say, okay, based on what we just agreed to, what are we missing from these 3 applications? That we will then ask the 2 petitioners to go back and provide that to us by the January 29th meeting, so that we can actually review the complete application and make a recommendation on it. So that's it in a nutshell. Any questions before we move into discussion of fees? Okay, so the first thing, I did the easy thing first, which is the fees. So that's, if you look at the second handout there, the handout, discussion points number 2, there's a 1-page thing that says fees. So the FCC regulations are really simple. It says they've defined a safe harbor fee, which is a one-time application of $500 for up to 5 small wireless systems, with an additional $100 for each small wireless beyond the 5. So this allows them to do batch applications. You can submit 10 at a time. If they submitted 10 at a time, then the fee would be $1,000. And they also describe a safe harbor fee for the annual fee that a municipality can charge, which is $270 per small wireless facility fee. And there was quite a long discussion in the FCC regulations about this, and this is what they said is based on their research. What the FCC said is a safe harbor, if we charge this, we would be in compliance with the law. They also give us the opportunity to determine our own reasonable approximation of cost fee, but it has to be based on our actual cost of the municipality for approving the application. That's much more complicated and subject to challenge by a lawsuit. So those are sort of the 2 choices we could have for fees.
Counselor, what's ROW mean?
Right of way.
Thank you.
So the right of way. So those are the 2, starting with the fees, those are sort of the 2 options, the safe harbor fee as specified in the FCC regulation, or, do we want to determine our own reasonable approximation of cost fee? So that's the first question I'd like to ask, and see if anybody's got any thoughts about that. Tony, Kenny? Do you have any?
I haven't, no.
No. Does anybody from the public have any thoughts about the fees? Barbara?
It seems to me that you might want to look into the actual cost, because there's a lot of information, and you might actually, at the beginning of this process, want to hire consultants who actually know what is going on. I mean, I'm certainly not confident to ask the right questions. And it seems to me that that might be the way to start, because there are lots of questions that the community has, and there is a lot of data, but we don't know how to interpret it, and we don't know what it means, and it's not always forthcoming.
Okay.
Sorry.
Kenny?
So the FCC regulations indicated that consultant fees would be an issue. They, in that document that Vinny was alluding to, they mentioned that to the effect of if they didn't consider that consultant fee to be objectively reasonable given the scope of the work and the cost of that consultant fee, then it would be impermissible. So that there's a tricky piece with consultant fees, just noting that. Could you clarify, it's one or the other here?
Right, those are the 2, so paragraph 50.
Yeah.
Which comes first, which is the reasonable approximate. If you go through the, FCC ruling 118, so they talk about that's one way of determining fees, and they would only consider that fee to be permissible if it was a reasonable approximation of the local government cost.
Yeah.
Only objectionably reasonable costs are factored into those fees, and fees are no higher than fees charged to similarly situated competitors in similar situations.
Yeah.
And there's multiple footnotes and stuff. And
I
that-
thought they were saying that was appropriate and then gave, not an example, but they said if you charge these fees, most likely you wouldn't get a lawsuit.
Well, that was, that's
Yeah.
paragraph 50, and then it goes through paragraphs 51 through 78.
Yeah.
Before it comes to paragraph 79, and it says, in conclusion, we have determined these are the maximum fees you can charge
Yeah.
without being
Yeah.
challenged.
But it could be potentially more if we went the first route, paragraph 50, but it opens up larger challenge.
A larger challenge, and I know
Yeah.
Caroline also has her hand up, but part of it is, also runs into sort of the 60-day time limit, too, so. So, Angie?
Thank you. Well, there are two types of poles that we're talking about. The utility poles are owned by utilities. So is there any compensation that's made to the utilities when these small cellular antennas are attached to their poles? Then again, we're talking about light poles that are owned by the municipality. So then we need some input from our team to know what type of maintenance would be involved in those poles. And also, we talked about street lights, traffic signals, I see that traffic lights. So I think there are various issues here.
Right, I would like to hold off on discussion about light poles, traffic poles, and freestanding poles for a future discussion on another night, because, what we have before us are just utility poles, and I think actually in Watertown, the vast majorities are going to be on utility poles, because we've got utility poles everywhere. So those discussions about other ones, so if we could just kind of keep the discussion on the fees, I'd like to maybe ask the, sure.
When we're talking about fees, though, we still do need to differentiate between the utility poles that are not owned by the municipality and the other poles that would in fact be owned by the municipality. So when we're talking about fees, we're either going to have to address it down the line, or we address it now when we're talking about utility fees.
Right, and I think the FCC does not distinguish between those. It's flat fee for everything.
Yeah.
But that's something that we in municipalities should be able to discuss, is that correct?
It is, but I have that as discussing the light poles, traffic poles, and freestanding poles at a future meeting. It's just, there's not going to be, so I'm just trying to, because of our time limit on these petitions, I'd kind of like to keep it on that. Let me just ask, so to the Extenet and AT&T people here, what are the, what is Verizon and Eversource charging you for a attachment fee?
It's all, I can't give you the exact number, it's all documented and controlled by the tariff. It's actually, they pay, Extenet would pay an annual fee, AT&T would pay an annual fee, somewhere in the vicinity of less than $100 a year.
Okay.
That would be a recurring fee.
And that tariff is set by the Department of Public Utilities?
Yep, Department of
Telecommunication. Okay. Caroline?
So I'm just trying to think, so these are small cellular antennas, and these are the first ones that are going to be put into town?
These are the first 3 applications that Watertown has received.
But there's other cellular antennas in town. Are there fees similar to this for those? And do you know what we are charged for those?
Can I jump on that too?
Let me just say that cellular antennas located on private property, the carriers negotiate a lease arrangement with the property owner, so the town doesn't get any fee.
Right.
They do pay a fee to get the normal special permit fee, to go through the special permit approval process.
So those are all too big to be put on these poles, so we haven't had something like this before?
No, and just to go back through the FCC, you know, if you read through the entire order, you know, basically what they're saying is
These are different.
These are different, it's too expensive for carriers to roll out 5G if they got to negotiate a license agreement and a separate payment for every pole, so they just basically steamrolled over the municipalities and said, this is it, take it, you got to take it, and you have no means to object to it, so.
The argument's also the physical differences, so they highlight the fact that where you might have a huge antenna previously, this system is not gonna be set up that way. It's gonna be a whole bunch of really small ones, is how they picture spreading out. So their argument is that, you know, where you might have, you know, 20 years ago, a 200-foot tower, like this infrastructure is completely different. So to try to do, you know, this for that is almost impossible. That's the argument they make in the report, is that the infrastructure and the physical equipment itself is just so different. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? I'm not sure where this fits within tonight's agenda, but thinking of what Barbara said about a focus group, and maybe doing some research, one thing that I'm wondering
You're good.
has been done or would be done is to assess whether there is demand for the service with 5Gs. Has anybody, you know, research, talk to the community to see whether they feel like we need to have these extra antennas?
It's not for us to decide, the FCC has already decided it for us. So, yeah, I'm going to have to ask you, if people want to speak, I'm going to have to ask people to come up to the podium and actually give your name and just speak, just because it's being recorded on TV, and it's just going to be hard for the public at home to hear. So we basically, the FCC actually did all the research and decided for us. So it's not a question of whether we think we want it or not. It's a question of if the customers think the demand is there, they're going to spend the money to do it, so.
Do you have a recourse around that?
So I guess to say it another way, it's that the FCC has said that even if we don't want it, we don't have the local authority to stop it because of the way that the network's being brought out.
Right.
So it's, I mean, it's like the first 30 pages of the report talk about how the legislation, the history, the legal history of preempting local authority and how they're justified in doing it. So they're saying we can't stop it from happening.
Right, so just so everybody's clear that, you know, we have this, they call the shot clock, the 60-day shot clock, which goes into effect January 14th. We'll point out these two petitions were submitted before that date. They're actually operating under the 90-day, the old timeline, which is 90 days. And the law is really clear. And any final action or failure to act by local government that's inconsistent with the law, within 30 days after such action or failure to act, may be commence an action in court of competent jurisdiction. The court shall hear and decide action on an expedited basis. And that's it. So if we say we're not going to take up these petitions because we don't want them, within 30 days after that time limit runs out, they can go to a court and basically get approval without the town's approval. If we vote no, without any specific justification, just because we don't want them, the same thing can happen. So any decision we make needs to be grounded in fact and bound by the federal law. So that's, you know, we are bound by the federal law, so we cannot contravene that. So that's how, and again, so this isn't a discussion whether, these are a good idea or a bad idea. Our job here is to come up with a set of reasonable regulations and reasonable fees to allow these to be processed in a timely manner. So, Tony.
Well, I think that's part of what folks might not have understood before you came here. Based on the community meeting that was held when the petitioners first came, there was an enormous amount of discussion about these towers and whether they have effects on the community and whether they have effects on your neighbors, particularly the one that was going to be on Palfrey. So my guess is that some folks here are here because we thought you might be thinking that we would have a discussion about the need, either the need or the consequence of having these cell towers deployed. In part, I had that thought a little bit too. So I don't think that you're out of whack here. I think that the reality is, and this may, I mean, it's maybe up to the town council whether they want to push the envelope or not, but the discussion tonight seems fairly clear that if you were here to talk about whether we need these or that there's consequences of these that are negative or have detrimental effect on the community, it looks like we're not going to have that discussion. And we're talking now about the two things that Councilor Picciarelli basically said, which is we're going to talk about setting up some fees and setting up some regulatory steps in terms of allowing these things, these cell towers to take place. With the assumption, I assume the assumption is that we're going to get more and more petitions as time goes on to have these cell towers. So how to say this carefully but clearly is that we don't have any power in terms of stopping them. The best that we can do is to make them regulated, and the best we can do is come up with a fee that demonstrates, that helps the town in terms of finances. So again, just for all those folks who are here for a different reason, I think you need to recognize that that's not what's going to happen tonight, nor is it going to happen the following night we meet. And that may be disappointing, but I think it's important to get that out front, up clear to you all. And so if you just know where we're going, so just be aware of that.
Okay. And I just, thank you, Tony. I just want to point out, so the next item after fees, I had a discussion on technical regulations and initial recommendations. So that was the document that says discussion points number 3, and the second page of that, I put a section there that says about how close should antennas be allowed to buildings. So that touches a little bit on that. So I just want to, yes. Is one, you can take one of each. So we will touch on that a little bit after we just talk about the fees. So again, it's just, it is.
I guess if I had to give an opinion, I'd say the safe harbor fee seems to be better.
I would, that would be the way I would sort of do that. And again, to the reasonable approximation of cost, it's, we actually don't know what it's going to take to process one of these applications.
Yeah.
Maybe at some point in the future, we would want to look at that.
Could we come back to that if it's in the future?
In the future, yeah, I mean, again, I think our recommendations for these points on the agenda, 2, 3, and 4, were sort of initial recommendations to allow us to approve these petitions. And then, we could come back. If you see it February 5th, I said further discussion on formalizing requirements, fees, applications, and process. So I think we want to have the broader discussion, as Councilor Canella said, about all the other things. But I think we got to sort of, let's focus on these 3 as sort of a test case, and then we can expand it.
My question, I wasn't, if we decide to go with safe harbor fees and for the immediate future, can the council, I assume it could, but just to be clear, if at one point we gather data from other communities, we get a better sense of what the reasonable approximation of cost approach, when we get a better sense of whether that approach is better than the safe harbor approach, there's nothing stopping the council from switching, would there be?
No, absolutely not. So we can do that in the future, and that's actually my intention is sort of informally agree on fees, technical regulations, and approval processes to approve these 3 petitions, and then continue to work on it through the Public Works Committee to actually to flesh it out and see, in more detail. So Councilor Feltner.
Thank you, Chair. Could you just clarify that the lawsuits that have been, the many lawsuits that went through the Ninth Circuit Court, have those all been tossed and they've already, Supreme Court has ruled that cities and towns and states cannot sue and have no standing in regulating 5G?
There had been, so it's interesting, the very first, before Steve Magoon got here, the very first cell phone base station that came forward, the ZBA said they weren't going to vote on it because our zoning said it wasn't allowed. And I forgot who it was. which particular carrier, and off they went to district court, and it was, within 30 days, it was overturned and said, no, you will allow it to be there. So there's been no successful challenges to the Federal Telecommunications Act that I'm aware of. So,
I'm just asking because at the end of October, there were, I don't know, over 20 lawsuits, and I just didn't know if those had been decided or if Mr. Green.
no, nothing's been decided at this point. So that doesn't mean that a court could overturn it, or that a new members of the FCC are appointed and they overturn their regulations. But the basic law, which is not the regulations, the federal law, the Telecommunication Act of 1996, is really clear. And that has withstood challenges in the last 22 years, and it has not been successfully challenged. So we are, we're trying to do the best we can here within the constraints of the federal law. And I think our goal is to preserve the aesthetic character of and minimize impacts to the neighborhoods and business districts, to safeguard public safety, health, and welfare, to protect the public infrastructure investment. So that's sort of our goal, but we need to do that within the constraints of the law. So I'm sort of feeling that safe harbor, for these three petitions, that the safe harbor fees is the way to go. We certainly can have further discussion on that and refine those at some point in the future, but I think
Can you just go, the B, the $1,000 for each new pole to support one or more, that's not something we would, is that something that we would receive, or is that?
yes, so that would be a petition. So if, let's suppose on Main Street here in front of the town hall, there are no utility poles.
Right.
And if a carrier wanted to put a small cell site antenna out there on Main Street or in the Delta, where the flagpole is, and they said, no, we want to put a pole right there, and we're going to put a brand-new pole, that's not an existing utility pole, the $1,000 fee would apply to that. Because it would be a little more complicated, because there would be underground conduits, there would be a lot of other stuff going along with it.
Could I ask that the minutes reflect the goals you just read?
Yeah, that's actually, I was reading it for the second page,
Oh,
which
okay.
are second discussion points. I was just jumping ahead a little bit to give just to let people
So
know.
I will second.
So-
Did you make a motion?
So,
Could you tell us where you're reading from? Is it page 2 of 22?
which,
The goals.
the goals, that's on the first page of the discussion points number 3.
So
So,
make a motion that this committee recommends that the safe harbor option be the one that we use in terms of determining the fees.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so that's voted, so we will use that.
The other questions you have for consideration, are those for now, or did you want to?
So that would be, so that goes down to the next one, discussion on technical regulations and initial recommendations. So, sorry, which ones? That, I think,
Other considerations on that page?
I would like to hold off on that. Let's discuss that on February 5th when we talk about, although there is a question that I want to ask Steve Magoon. So for these applications, they have not yet paid the application fee. How would we assess that and collect it at this point in time?
Well, we know how we assess it. The question is how we get it.
Well, if the council voted to implement those fees, then we would charge those to the applicant. In terms of how they'd be collected, we haven't talked yet about where that point in the process for collecting the application would be, but whatever department that would be would collect that fee. Grant locations, which have typically been within the right-of-way, have initially been submitted to DPW in the past. Special permit applications, which would be for cellular facilities outside of the right-of-way on private property, typically have been received by community development and planning.
So for these, so should we request they bring a check to us at the next committee meeting? Should they bring it to the town council meeting the night we vote on it? Should they pay it after we vote the grant of location, or is that something we should talk about later?
Yeah, I would think it would make sense to do that once the fee was established. So once that's been established by the full council.
Okay, so let's deal with that after the council votes.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so moving on to the next point, which is discussion on technical regulations and initial recommendations. So this is a little more complicated than fees. So the next document is a 3-page document that I wrote down some of my own questions and ideas. And so again, so the law. So right here, discussion points number 3, technical regulations. So right at the beginning, the law clearly says the regulation of the placement, construction, modification of personal wireless service facilities by a local government, 1, shall not unreasonably discriminate among providers of functional equivalent services. So we can't say we're going to approve Extenet stuff, but we're not going to approve AT&T's, because if they're identical equipment, they have to have the same regulation. And 2, shall not prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the provision of personal wireless services. So what that means is we cannot make regulations that are so onerous or so complicated or impossible to comply with that has the effect of doing it. And some communities have done this. Any pole needs to be 100 foot from a building. Well, you know, in Watertown, you know, it'd be pretty hard pressed to find someplace that's not within 100 feet of a building. So we can't, so it has to be reasonable. And so that's really clear. So that's what constrains us in terms of developing these regulations. So I think typically if we do a regulation or an ordinance, we state the purpose. And again, to Barbara's point, I think maybe we should state that our intention is to regulate small wireless facilities within the public right-of-way in the town of Watertown in order to preserve the aesthetic character of and minimize impacts to neighborhoods and business districts, to safeguard public safety, health and welfare, and to protect public infrastructure investment. And I think those are, within the law, those are legitimate things that we can regulate to.
Those are exactly the things the FCC says we can regulate.
And those are exactly the things.
Exactly those.
So is everybody in agreement, including the petitioners, that we're on the right page in terms of that? Okay. So as Councilor Canales pointed out, there are 4 categories of installations covered by these regulations. Co-locations on existing utility poles, like the petitions in front of us, as well as co-location on existing light poles, co-location on existing traffic poles, and new freestanding poles. And I would ask that this committee leave the light poles, the traffic poles, and the freestanding poles for another meeting, because those are going to have more complicated, much more complicated than what we're doing here. These are actually, the utility poles is the most straightforward method, and that's, in my experience, that's where most of these things are going to be installed. And the reason for that is because the wires that they need to connect to for power and signal are already on the utility poles. Any of these other ones are going to involve running underground conduits to another pole, which means digging up streets and sidewalks and becomes a lot more complicated. So, everybody okay with that, about talking about that? So, right now, we're talking about privately owned wooden utility poles in the public right-of-way, which we had previously given a grant of location under the general laws, chapter 166. There's some other questions here that I think we'll take up in another night about what about state-owned public rights-of-ways? Do we have the authority to regulate that? And I know Extenet has proposed something on North Beacon Street and DCR property. And is the DCR currently reviewing your So, and I want to ask that question to Steve, do we have the authority to regulate installation, within, so that's a question we'll leave for later. Private ways, is a private way a part of the public right-of-way? Do we regulate that here? That's another question. And I'm assuming that there are utility poles installed under the authority of Chapter 166 on private property. And I believe, and Steve, correct me if I'm wrong here, that even though it was a utility pole installed under the authority of Chapter 166 on private property, can we force the carriers to follow the Watertown zoning ordinance because it's on private property? Yes. Okay, so even if there are many utility poles that aren't on the sidewalk, they're a foot over the sidewalk into, actually on private property. So we can actually say, this doesn't cover that. That's not, actually not the public right-of-way, that's actually on private property, and they need to go through the private property owner, through the
Yeah,
board.
and again, in the past, we've regulated that through zoning, and that would be a special permit or a use variance for a wireless facility.
Yes, that's what, so that's my understanding. But again, these three are actually in the public right-of-way, so it's not an issue. Any questions on that?
So does Steve's answer to D, does that basically
Yes, he said.
answer to C too?
Well, C is not, private way, well, what's,
It's slightly different, but
well, a private way.
Oh, I'm sorry, private ways, not public. I apologize.
Yeah, so that's a little bit different, and I don't want to get into this, we could be here for 3 hours talking about private ways, so I would ask indulgence that we not cover that tonight, so. Lisa?
Mr. Magoo just mentioned use variances. Could you speak to that? I thought we weren't granting use variances.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So as you stated previously, the town had gone through the process of denying a cellular facility and went through a court case, and basically the court said, you can't deny this, you need to go through that approval process. So while it's true that generally speaking, we don't entertain use variances in Watertown for telecommunication facilities, we have entertained use variances for just that purpose, and have done that with all the wireless facilities in town. So even though technically it may not completely comply with all the specifics of our zoning ordinance, we've still processed those and approved those.
Yeah, the federal court preempts a local municipal ordinance, so that's where we are. We've never gone back and changed our zoning ordinance, but we have to live under the case law of the federal case. So, talking about regulation, so I think, so I put together some ideas, and just so everybody knows, this is one person's ideas I'm asking, you know, if I put this together sort of to make the discussion go easier, and certainly willing to listen to discussions on this. So I think, so my question was, what should the regulations for the equipment design be? And so my question is, I think one of our goals for aesthetic reason is to minimize visual clutter. And I think the antennas should be the cylindrical design mounted on top of the pole with the central axis of the antenna and the pole line. So the AT&T petition actually has that, and many of the installations I've seen in other communities are like that. Interesting that the Exonet, the one petition, the one on Arsenal Street, is like this, but the one on Palfrey Street is actually mounted on a 3-foot-long arm on the side of the pole. And I was just curious why that was done, and if it was up to me, that adds a lot more visual clutter to the streetscape. So I think that we should require that. Does anybody have any opinions on that one? Barbara? Well, just because it's easier for the,
Barbara Ruskin, I think it is very important to regulate the actual placement of that, and I am happy to see some mention, and I really appreciate all the work you put into this. Whether we agree or not, that's a lot of work that you did with this, so thank you. But it seems to me that the XNet, that's design we saw for Palfrey Street, is just, it's like at brain level. You know, you walk by it, and whatever microwaves there are, you know, you're walking by and you're driving by and you're exposed. And whatever the Telecommunications Act of 1996 says, they can't make decisions on the basis of health and safety unless a piece of ice is going to fall on you from a pole. As Dan Grossman pointed out, it can't stop us from talking about it. And I think we have to talk about it, and to the best that we can, we have to actually minimize. And I talked to one consultant who was very nervous about the fact that it was anywhere near a human body. I don't know what you do about it going into, a bedroom when it's on the
Well,
top of a
wait
pole.
for the next page.
So,
We'll-
okay.
We'll talk about that.
So,
Well, just right now, so
We
the
are
question is.
talking about
Mount on top
residential-
of the pole, mount on the side of the pole. And I just, my own personal feeling, it should be mounted in line at the top of the pole, rather than halfway up the pole.
yeah, that's
Thank you.
what I'm saying.
Anthony?
I would be interested to, Anthony Donato, town council, I would be interested to hear from Exponent as to why on one it was at the top and on the other it was on the side. If it's, what the underlying reason was for that, and if it was possible to, put it on the top of the pole.
Sure, I'm going to have the Extranet representative.
Hi, it's Keenan Byrne again.
Yeah.
I was here back in November. I think on probably 80% of these wooden poles, we would have the canister at the top of the pole. But there are exceptions to that where we don't pick the actual and final location. That could be decided by Eversource or National Grid. Sometimes there might be primary feeds that run over the top. Sometimes in this particular one, there's a street light there, so that dictates how close we can be to that street light. There is something called the COM zone or commercial zone, and they would allow you to go into that particular zone if you weren't allowed at the top of the pole.
I will point out that all three poles, the one on Coolidge Avenue, and your two poles on Arsenal and Paul Free, all three have primary lines on them.
Yeah,
So,
that's the issue.
and two of those poles have canisters mounted on the top, and one is mounted on the side, so it actually makes no sense.
And again, before the next meeting, I can get you an answer as to whether or not the commercial zone's available or not, or if it's, the top of the pole is not allowed, but I don't make that decision.
Okay.
It's a radio frequency decision, and it's also dictated by Eversource or National Grid.
And I'm saying that that argument does not make any sense, because two of the poles with
Again,
primary lines at the top of them also have the canisters mounted on the top. So that just, if it, and again, just so you know, that, so I think, I feel pretty strongly that we should do that, so.
Okay. That's something I should work on, okay?
Okay, so that'll be a question that'll, for you guys to follow up on.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I assume that either your company or the company you're representing did some sort of analysis to determine that that pole on all three was in the perfect place for it.
Either geographically or based upon the use and the minutes of use for the projected, for the users in that area, yes.
If this type of regulation, if we were to enact this type of regulation where it says it has to be on the top, and for some reason or another that knocked this specific Balfour Street location out, I'm sure they'd be able to, within a close geographic area, try to find another pole that would. Thank you.
Yep.
So, okay, so that's, so, no, okay, so then the next thing about the antenna. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you, sorry, Lisa.
Okay, I'm just concerned that all the, Lisa Feldman, Town Council. Given that there are unknown applications with this technology, whether it's healthcare, pedestrians, automated cars, et cetera, and you're looking to install lots and lots of these given the limited range, I am concerned about how we can effectively really decide placement right now, how much authority we're gonna have, where it goes, how high, how low, et cetera, depending on the use and what the companies decide how this technology is gonna be used.
Well, we have the right to do this, so we have the right to say from aesthetic perspective, we don't want side-mounted antennas.
Well,
Yeah.
and so I'd love to say they have to be buried.
Well, you can't, well, you
They've
can't.
said it, they've said you can't.
Well, you can't, well, because the thing about antennas, if you bury them in the ground, then they don't transmit
Well, but
very
I
well.
also read that
So-
they're going to, they anticipate needing to bury as well to, because of the limited range ruling so far, but I know we're trying to get out ahead of this.
So the FCC regulation's actually pretty clear. It prohibits any attempt to legislate putting antennas underground. So the FCC was really clear about that, that's not from a technically practical thing. So we can't say antennas have to be buried in the ground.
Right, but I'm saying you might also say we don't want them underground, we don't want the underground constructed here depending on location. I mean, we bear the taxpayer, payers bear the burden of
Right.
streets, sidewalks, et cetera, that we already experience with existing utilities. So,
I think for these types of antennas, I think mounted on top of a 30-foot pole, where it's in line with the axis of the pole is the least visually obtrusive sort of way to do it. And it's also the furthest away from people because it's 30 feet in the air, so.
and we are able to limit the height, and when we say on top of the pole, we want it a minimum height as well as.
So if you look at the 550 Arsenal Street petition, you'll see that it shows it mounted at the top of the pole, directly above the primary.
Well, I know, I just mean for Watertown rules regulating all of them.
That's what, well, I mean, if that's what we put in the ordinance regulating it, that's what then they will have to comply with. So, Tony, and then,
This is in sort of the design of the antenna. Did I hear you say that we also could regulate where they are, or
well,
just where on the pole, or are we talking about where the pole is?
well, this is where on the pole,
This is just where on the pole.
right,
So that we can't regulate where they are.
right. Well, hold that decision.
Well, yes.
For that second page,
Just to add to what you said, so it has to be objective, reasonable, and no more burdensome than applied to other infrastructure deployments. And we just heard that 80% of the poles that are done in this way, so I think it's hard to, holding it to it.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem, too unreasonable, it's pretty objective. I mean, this regulation seems
Yeah.
within the exact confines of what the FCC has
So-
said is permissible. And like Vinny said, I think, is better to have in that way.
So,
Jokingly.
so then, also the size, so the next two bullet points are the maximum size. So the regulations actually specify antennas can't be more than 3 cubic feet, and the control box can't be more than 28 cubic feet. Do we actually need to
No.
specify that? Because these things are actually much
There.
smaller than that currently. So I'm thinking that we probably don't need to do that.
I don't think so.
Barbara?
My concern is if the pole, for instance, as the representative from XNet said, is blocked by a light at the top or whatever, let's say, and that it's up to Eversource to decide. I think the town has to maintain its ability to sign off on that.
Yes.
And if the size gets larger, I don't think the town should give away its ability to determine size. So I think somehow,
Well, the regulations specify a maximum size, and so I don't think we don't have to duplicate that.
Yeah.
if we're told that this pole has to be 9 feet high instead of 30 feet high, then the town needs to reserve the
Yeah.
ability to say, then find another pole.
So if you turn to the next page,
So can I say this,
Yes.
for the minutes purposes, the feeling of the committee reflected positively on section A, that
yes, and
as you top of the pole, okay.
and
I
that,
don't think we need to take a
and
vote,
that
you're
we
saying.
don't, for B and C, we don't need to
Yeah.
include that. So now it gets a little more complicated. This speaks to some of what Barbara raised the issue on. So regulations for installation. I personally think that any antenna and its associated equipment cabinet shall not be mounted on a utility pole with any of the following existing equipment: another small wireless facility, an electrical power system transformer, remotely operated primary electrical system switching equipment, amplifier or amplifier or power supply cabinet for cable and broadband system, a non-wireless telephone system equipment cabinet, traffic control equipment, or an electric meter for any other existing use. And the reason for that is, goes back to the visual clutter thing. how much stuff do you want to put on one pole? And if we're going to spread it around, if you got a big electrical transformer on the top of a pole, you know, it would be, I would rather see things spread around so there's not as much there. Once you get into power supplies and amplifiers for broadband, that would be located mid-pole, right where the equipment cabinet would be. Since these installations will require placing an electric meter on the pole to serve the wireless antenna, if there's already equipment there with a meter, some of these poles have sort of like a walk sign or a flashing sign with a meter. You know, do you want to have 2 meters on a pole now? So I would say, from an aesthetic standpoint, in terms of spreading the visual clutter around on other poles, I think we would be within our authority to sort of say, you can't put antennas on these poles, find another pole. Any thoughts?
Just to add to that, the FCC says to use the same standard that we use for the aesthetics, pretty much, and when we talk about cluttering for that same reason. So it'd be those same criteria that we were just discussing for this particular issue.
Tony?
I don't understand Counselor's point.
Yes, we're allowed to regulate aesthetics, and
Oh,
this falls within.
So can you just, can I ask the representatives, what are the pieces of equipment that are necessary on a pole?
Obviously, the canister, the controls, you got the antenna in there, cable, so on.
Right.
You've also got the equipment cabinet itself, which could contain the radio heads, depending upon how they've got the cabinet laid out. Then you've got the electric meter.
And how big is the cabinet usually?
It's right here.
Varying sizes, but the one we laid here is about 4 foot tall, 18 inches deep.
And where are they located?
They're located on the pole.
No, I know, where on the pole?
So that's the cabinet, and it's typically located like about 12 feet off the ground.
So, and then where's the,
Minimum you have to be up on the,
where's the meter?
it's electric meter.
Where's that located?
Right near the electrical box.
So the canister's up top, if we, 30 feet, but you're saying that we were focusing on that a second ago, on the canister. But the electric box and the electric meter are only up at 12 feet.
Right, you have to be a minimum of 8 feet. Maybe anywhere between, there's usually some spot in there that 8 feet is the minimum that they allow you to put it. You can't put the meter or the box down below 8 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Is the transistor the same thing as a canister?
No, it's transformer. So there's an equipment box, so if you look at the petition, so it shows the canister antenna at the top, this cylindrical thing. It shows, it shows a box that's, so the canister is like 25 inches tall and 10 inches in diameter. The electrical box is about 32 feet high, 12 feet deep, and 18 inches wide. And these drawings show them mounted at least 12 feet off the ground, sort of mid-pole. So the way, and again, if you look at the drawings that were linked on the agenda, the town council agenda, so, and then there's wires, cables that run from the antenna down the side of the pole, go into the equipment box. And then there's a meter next to the equipment box, which ties up to the 240 volt or 120 volt power.
Transformer, the antenna?
There's no transformer. There's
What, I thought you said 3 things, electric meter, cabinet, and
a control box, control box.
and that's the canister?
No, there's the canister,
What is
there's the
it?
control box,
Canister,
The antenna
Yes.
itself.
the control box, and then the meter. I just want to know, I think this, you know, obviously, I'm concerned about these antennas, but it also seems to me that, given the list you just came up here with, of 7 possible things that can't be on, I don't know if there's a pole in town that is left. Can you
There's plenty of poles, there's plenty of.
speak to that?
There would be lots of poles still.
Don't have all this,
Yeah.
not even one of these things?
Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
One caution I would offer also, at least something we should look at, is the FCC regulations are also pretty clear about streamlining the process even further for co-location. So
That first
while
one's
the
a little-
FCC says, these are the rules, it's even faster and easier if you're co-locating. And if we're saying you can only really have one at the top of a pole, obviously that would fly in the face of that. So, again, I'm not saying that that's wrong. I agree with everything you said, but something we should consider and we can certainly discuss.
Can you repeat that?
Okay.
I have the quote
That-
from the report too, if you like.
Yeah.
The FCC regulations as it relates to wireless facilities have set out, as we've already discussed, you have to allow them in certain places and a shot clock for how quickly you can process it and the things you're allowed to regulate. They've said, if a jurisdiction has said, this location is okay for a wireless facility, they further streamlined it for co-location. You can put more antennas up there because you've already decided that's an okay place to have an antenna. So if in effect we're saying it has to be on the top of the pole and you can't put another cabinet on the pole, then we'd be precluding co-location on that pole. So I just want to make sure that
We
we,
can't do that.
I don't
I
know.
would just,
I'm not
I would
saying you
just,
can't.
hold on a second. I think we can. And that rule was actually intended for large antenna structures that have multiple, carriers on it. Co-locating on a utility pole that already has other equipment on it is a different story. And I think we are well within our rights to say you can't put 5 wireless antennas on one utility pole. Just like we can say you can't put a wireless antenna on a pole with a transformer. Now, perhaps because these are both 4G, 5G antennas, they're really big. But maybe someday in the future, the 5G antennas will be the size of a package of cigarettes, and well, then we may want to look at it differently. But, I mean, it's just not the antenna. I mean, it's the equipment box. So you're going to have a 3-foot high by 18-inch wide by 12-foot deep equipment cabinet and a meter. So now, if you're going to have 2 wireless carriers on one utility pole, there's not going to be enough room. So I think we are well within our rights to say there's too much junk on a pole.
From the report, it is difficult to envision any circumstances in which a municipality could reasonably promulgate a new minimum spacing requirement that, in effect, prevents a provider from replacing its pre-existing facilities or co-locating new equipment on a structure already in use.
But that goes back to the, not this, is that?
It's the clutter, it's right in the clutter piece.
Is that, but does that apply to the small wireless or to the regular base stations? What section, what
It's
paragraph?
paragraph 91.
So you've got to be careful that,
It's.
because there's a
it's-
difference between the two. So this is the classic example. So you go over to the Armenian Museum, okay, there's already a cell site there, and it's got antennas on the roof. We can't say because AT&T's up there, Verizon can't put their antennas there because you can actually co-locate multiple ones. But that roof of a building, I think, is a different, and I think that's what,
That's not, I don't think that's the section.
so.
I think we should take out that one.
I feel very strongly, and let's ask the two gentlemen here.
I make a suggestion with regard to the co-location, just let me make a comment.
Yeah.
We have, Extenet, I'll speak for them, they are what they call a neutral host, where they would invite multiple carriers to go on the same poles, and I can
Sorry, I can't hear.
Could you maybe come up to, yeah.
And they've got plenty of locations where they've got a dedicated antenna that services 2 carriers. In other words, they get a dual band antenna, one equipment box, and they're throughputting multiple frequencies through that. So and that would be an example of a co-location where you could have 2 carriers on there. So to try to limit that, I would suggest.
But only one antenna.
One antenna, one equipment box.
So what we're saying is not that you can't co-locate with multiple carriers on one antenna. We're just saying one antenna per pole.
Okay, just want to make sure we're clear on the
Yeah, so
co-location.
that's good. Does AT&T have an opinion on that?
Yeah, I would just add that practically speaking, that won't be an issue. We have put out permit requests on hundreds of locations in the Commonwealth, and we never seek to go on I'm unaware of any instance where we've attempted to co-locate where there already is a small cell installation. There are weight issues, there are wind load issues. The utility, I think, would frown upon it, so I don't think that's something that you're really going to have to worry about.
Okay, so, good, so we're on that. But again, the co-location, the question of multiple carriers sharing one antenna. So that's, we're talking really about just mounting equipment, so I think, okay, so we'll be careful of, Kenny, if you could just maybe just note that for the minutes, we'll be careful about the language, and that everybody seems to be okay with that.
So co-location in this definition is going to be what?
One antenna and one equipment cabinet per pole. But even though they could have multiple, so like these antennas are like 4G and 5G, so you could actually lease that out to two different carriers, right? And it certainly does happen, but to a certain extent, we don't really care what's going on inside the box or inside the antenna. We only care about the visual aspect of the thing. And again, it's the loading, and it's just, so I guess, so if we're okay with that, I guess, and all those other things, I don't know if you would want to put if you would want to put an antenna on a pole that's got a 500-pound transformer on it, or a primary mounted remote controlled switching equipment with another antenna. I mean, there's a lot of other junk in, I think these are reasonable, and if,
The transformer doesn't have it, that is kind of irrelevant.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but that's typically something that the utility company.
right.
Just for my own knowledge, what is the ideal pole?
For the utility companies?
No, for your perspective as,
Assuming it's located in the right area.
Yeah.
You said, okay, here's the area. There are poles out there that have nothing on them. They basically are used as maybe like a guide pole where there is a support structure for maybe a pole nearby. And there's nothing on them except maybe a guide anchor or something like that. There's nothing on it. And you get
so your ideal pole is a pole with nothing on it?
exactly.
Angie had her hand up.
Thank you. Angie Pinellas, East End Town Councilor. We're talking about the weight and the load. Can someone tell us how much this equipment weighs approximately?
The antenna installation at the top, at least as to AT&T, weighs about 20 pounds. The small equipment cabinet, which is 32 inches in height, is about 70 pounds. And then the electric meter box is, I think, about 10 pounds.
About 100 pounds.
Roughly, yeah. So, you start to talk about multiple companies up there putting up different installations. I think you'd have an issue with weight-bearing issues, so.
The antenna was- What was the antenna again?
The antenna weighed,
20, thank you.
So the other thing I wanted to say is, should we specify a minimum pole height of 30 feet? And to get it high enough off the ground, because there are some of these poles, some of these guide poles that are only 20 feet tall. So, I would think that I wouldn't be opposed to putting on one of those, but I think the pole would have to be replaced with a taller pole to get the antenna up. So I think that's reasonable. Most utility poles in Watertown are minimum, that have wires on them, are minimum 30 feet. There's some really old ones that are maybe 25 or so that have been here for 100 years, but that's a whole nother thing. So is that okay? Is everybody sort of okay with that 30-foot thing? Barbara?
Barbara Ruskin, definitely not. I live at 140 Spring Street, and there are telephone poles that run down Spring Street, and you look out your window, and I'll have to go home and look where the top is, but I don't believe that anything is above my roof level. I look out from my son's old room, I now use as a study, but he used to sleep there, 8 hours a day and play there, whatever, and I'm there all day long. And my husband's on the third floor in his study all night long and weekends, and I think that's significant. And I don't know how tall poles are, but I can look out, see wires, and I can see the big box, the big can thing, the light blue things, they're sort of at eye level, and I think that's a problem.
So 30 feet, we okay with that? I would just point out the pole at 141 Palfrey Street is 35 feet, 6 inches tall.
Well, I
So-
just think, where does it go? Does it go into people's bedrooms?
It's above, and if you think about zoning, the roof ridge of a two and a half story house is maximum 35 feet. So that's sort of, to give you an idea of sort of the height. And antenna would sit on top of that pole. So it would actually be sort of at the roof ridge of your two-family house.
Do we know about the microwave fall off? Can you give us?
Okay, let's just, no, just hold on to that for a moment. So we okay with that, 30 feet? I guess, you guys okay with that?
I'm just gonna say that the utility company dictates where we
Yep.
are on the pole, what the height of the pole is, and whether or not that pole is.
So that's,
We should get the utility companies in here. I mean,
Yeah, and then, doesn't the FCC regulation say it has to be on a pole that's not larger than 50 feet?
between 30 and 50.
Yeah.
So,
We got a base and a cap.
I think we should say antennas not to be installed on double poles. We have a tremendous problem with double poles in Watertown. And I think, do we need to specify power and signal connections to antenna and control equipment shall be by aerial connection only? Because I don't think we want for co-locating on utility poles, people running an underground conduit. I don't know, maybe that's not an issue, but.
I'm not sure what you mean
I
by
don't
that.
think we should address that now.
So, but in either of these cases, everything is
Yeah.
fed by aerial connection. So then the next question was regulations on how close an antenna should be to a building.
Excuse me, Benny?
Yeah.
Just because I'm not exactly sure where these questions would go in, so.
Sure.
If I can ask them and if you want to put them off. I know because we're talking about public right of way, that the zoning ordinance doesn't apply to these, but I do think some things in there are, pretty informative, so, especially we're talking about regulations for installation. So the current zoning code dealing with wireless telecommunications facilities is section 5.13. And there are just a couple things, I don't know if we can even regulate them, and if we could, where that would fall within this category or another one.
Sure.
So I'll just throw them all out, and then one is whether or not we can restrict it to certain zoning districts in town. I'm gonna guess that's a no, because we can't overly. I'll just say it, and we'll go through it.
Can you come up,
Yeah,
Counselor?
Anthony, why don't you come up here, just,
Sorry, I should have printed this when we got the
Anthony Donato again, Town Council. So Section 5.13, the zoning ordinance deals with wireless telecommunication facilities. It's 5.13A, and then subsection 1 specifies what zoning districts in town they can be located in. Subsection 2 talks about can't be located on a structure containing any residence. We're obviously talking about a telephone pole, so we don't have to worry about that. Talks about that the antenna can't extend more than 15 feet, but from what I'm hearing, these aren't even remotely close to that tall. In case of a tower, not exceed the height allowed in a zoning district, so that goes back to question 1, whether or not we can even regulate it by zoning districts. And then the last one, which originally I thought was a really good idea, but Barbara and I had an email exchange after the town council meeting, and it kind of opened my eye to the other side of the issue, is right now our zoning ordinance provides that they should be fully concealed or camouflaged so as to kind of blend in with the tower, which when I initially thought about it, I thought that that made sense, and then Barbara emailed me and said, I think it makes sense that people can see these and actually know that they're there, and it's something I hadn't thought of. So I don't know if those, I guess it's really three issues from
What's the second one?
about the height, how high they can extend off, but that doesn't sound like we got a problem because they're
Right,
not.
that's not,
Yeah, so really, it's only two. The zoning districts, and then whether or not these facilities should be camouflaged or concealed. So again, I don't know if that
Counselor,
falls.
you were reading from our zoning code.
Correct.
About antennas.
Correct, wireless telecommunication facilities in Watertown.
So are you saying that, I'm sorry, can I stay there if you would, just, are you saying, Steve, now that the new regulation that was just put into effect on the FCC, by the FCC, overrules our zoning?
And the previous FCC rules. So again, we don't grant use variances, generally speaking, but in this case, where there are certain zones where it's permitted, we have to permit it in other zones through a use variance, because the FCC has said that we can't preclude it from being provided where there's a need.
And is that from the 1996 one, or is that from this recent one?
No, the 1996 one.
So and our zoning rules on these started when?
I don't know when that was adopted.
Before that?
I'd have to look at that.
Before that? Is that what? So basically, these zoning regulations are in terms of the antennas, whether they're the usual big ones or these little small ones, we should just get rid of them, I mean, in a sense.
Well, I would suggest it would probably make more sense to amend them to have them be more applicable. And we haven't pursued that, but we certainly could.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm just trying to think in terms of the logic of what we're now facing in terms of the FCC 96 and then the amendments that recently were made. These zoning regulations don't hold water. Is that correct?
Well, there are things we can regulate, and because we have a process that does allow us to deal with those things, we are able to regulate,
Okay.
as opposed to just ignoring it.
So, and what you're saying, Counselor, is that do the zoning district, can we do the zoning district as we did in for the large antennas, can we do it for these antennas?
That was a question I had.
Can you
I
answer
guess the answer seems like it's no, so, yeah.
I'd argue no.
and I'll go back to, the law says, the regulation, placement, construction, modification of personal wireless service facilities shall not prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the provisions of personal wireless service. So if we said, we're not going to allow any of these antennas in the public right-of-way in a district that's zoned for residential use only in a commercial district, that would basically say, well, we're prohibiting them in two-thirds of the town, and that, I don't think will pass muster with the law.
Right, and I figured that was gonna be the answer, and I don't know if it would, and I know we kinda had a brief overview before, but the reason why these are smaller and you need more of that, you need them more because just the area in which the frequencies, it doesn't cover as wide of an area as these taller ones. So therefore, if we start cutting out certain zoning districts, there's gonna be a break in the system and it's not gonna allow them to communicate correctly. Okay.
And just going back to a little bit of, wave theory and stuff. So, you think about the very first cell phones, the 1G, the cell towers were like 5 miles apart. Well, those were transmitting a much lower frequency, much higher power. So, you could get a signal, 5 miles away. Every generation has been struggling with providing more data to more people, either, multiple callers or people now using their phones for data, watching movies or downloading music. And the only way you can do that is by increasing the frequency. And when you increase the frequency, the waves get shorter. They don't travel as far. So, you end up with more antennas that are closer apart. So you go to second generation, third generation, fourth generation, there ends up being more antennas closer together because they're all operating at shorter wavelengths that don't travel as far. and then the antenna, the transmitters end up being less powerful. So now we're talking about 40 watt. I believe these were 40 watt sort of transmitters, as opposed to sort of what's over on, you got 100 watts over on the Armenian Museum, And if you got the towers on the Mass Pike, they're, 1,200 watts. So there's a big difference. The more of them and smaller, but, it's, that's just the way the physics works.
Based on the physics, let me ask you a question then from our two representatives. What are we talking about? If we're talking about, right now, these do go 4G and 5G. Are we talking in the next 10 years that, or the next 5 years that we're going to need? How many of these in Watertown are we going to need? Do you have any idea of what the?
I only provide what the client asks me to do right now.
What's the client ask you to do these two? Well, AT&T, what do you
We
think?
have one active node we're trying to fill here, and that's why I'm here tonight. And I'm unaware of any others in the pipeline right now.
So based on what Vinnie Council Picciarelli just said in terms of the physics of this, it would seem to me that you're going to need a lot more of these if you're going to do 5G, right?
To supplement what he said, though, we can still transmit signals from the macro sites, like the one you referenced over at the Armenian building. So it's not as if new technology, you can't use those other sites. For instance, what we're trying to do here is also, and even more primarily, need-driven by the fact that this is an area where we're looking to put our node, where there are issues of capacity. There's a drain on use there. AT&T customers in Watertown, in that area, are draining the system, so it's a supplemental node. It's not necessarily to bring in a technology that we're going to have to replicate throughout the town so we can have 5G, 6G. This is a targeted antenna facility so that there isn't a need to have to go in with yet another macro big site in close proximity to an existing macro site. This can help offload from that other one and benefit everyone.
I think I followed that, but what Councilor Picciarelli is putting forth there in these 3 meetings is the creation of rules and regulations that are going to guide us as a town for the foreseeable future. So what makes them more important, these rules and regulations, is the potential for a greater number of these sites, a greater number of these applications, or else we wouldn't be going through all this if we weren't going to foresee that there's going to be more of these requests. You're saying that the existing larger antennas can handle the 5G possibility, the 5Gs. Is that correct?
Our hope is that the macro sites can handle the bulk of whatever technological needs we have, and that, in this case, the small cells are designed to fill in a little area that we can't get what we need there. So
Well, that makes sense for you. I mean, I understand for you, but Extent is, you're doing this on behalf of someone else, if I, where?
AT&T.
Also AT&T. So, do you agree with the gentleman next?
Yeah, and what we've been seeing is a lot of these antennas are going in areas such as around schools, universities, beaches, state parks, places where there might be an influx of people during the summer or during the winter, and they're trying to meet that capacity for a certain amount of time, or maybe it's just a densely populated area that needs additional service. And I don't think the carriers know right now where they need to be in a year or 5 years. They react to it when they see the service as being degraded.
I appreciate the time, Counselor. I don't mean to be pushy. I just need to, you can't give us any information about how many more requests there might be in the future, given that you can't do that in any way. Okay, thank you.
So, yes, Barbara.
It used to be, and when I started researching this a long time ago, there were maps that you could find online that showed you where the
remember that, yep.
They came
Yeah.
from the company, so I don't know.
Yeah, so
We might have some research to do.
So let's go on to this next thing, because I think this is going to be a little bit discussion. So what should the regulations be on how close an antenna is to a building? So the federal law is very clear about what you can and cannot do. So it references a lot, if you look in the regulations, it references 47 CFR, section 1.1307B. So if you read through the regulations, it talks about that in terms of, that's sort of the thing the regulations throw out there, that you can't regulate the placement of antennas on health things because under this paragraph. This paragraph, in fact, references the permissible exposure limits in a different section of 47 CFR, which is 1.1310, and it has different types of transmitters at different frequencies, and in that, it talks about sort of the maximum of watts per square inch or equivalent of that. And there's a section there that talks about the exposure limits for, quote, general populations. Uncontrolled exposures apply in situations to which the general public may be exposed or in which persons that are exposed as a consequence of their employment may not be fully aware of the potential for exposure or cannot exercise control over their exposure. And I think if you read that section 1.1310, it really talks about sort of the professionals. So you're a service technician going to service one of these antennas. You know what the exposure limits are, and you can, because you're aware of the radiation and the radiation limit, you can take personal steps to personal protection. The general public, so the person sitting in their home, reading a book or sleeping in their bed, has no idea what's coming out of the antenna in terms of radiation. So this kind of addresses that issue, and it talks about the number of, and I forget, I made a copy of that somewhere. It had actually talked about, I think the permissible limits for these were basically in this frequency range, from 1.5 gigahertz upwards, the power density of milliwatts per square centimeter is 1. So that's sort of for 30 minutes maximum. So that's sort of what the federal law says. So my question is, we have within Watertown, single-family zones, 25-foot setbacks for the front yard setbacks. In the two-family zone, it's 15 feet. So the front of your house can be set back 15 feet from the sidewalk. And in the commercial districts, it's anywhere from 0 to 10. So, the question in my mind is, do we specify something prescriptive saying like antennas shall not be located within 25 feet of an existing building? Or should we tie the spacing to the FCC regulations and the maximum, the RF field calculation, a percentage of maximum permissible exposure? So one of the things after reading through the federal regulation, is perhaps we want to say something like, antennas shall not be located where the RF field calculation in an existing habitable building space is greater than 0.5% of the maximum permissible exposure over 30 minutes, as defined in 47 CFR 1.1310. So what does that mean in a practical standpoint? And I look at the, if you look at the AT&T petition, there's a health report, and it shows the power output of the antenna, and it shows sort of the little, Barbara sort of referenced the sort of the map about sort of the coverage, and in reality, that 0.5% means anything over 25 feet away from the antenna is within that zone. So the reality is, this particular type of antenna, which is a 40-watt 4G antenna, if you're more than 25 feet away from the antenna head, you're at less than that 0.5% of the MPE. So, I want to, before I ask Barbara, I'd like to ask the two gentlemen here, does that make sense? That kind of, rather than just say something that these shall not be more than close to a building of 25 feet. And I will point out that all three of these petitions, none of them are closer to 25 feet from an existing structure. So even the one on Palfrey Street, it's about 30 feet, I believe, from the building. But does that make sense? And this I think, is the key sticking point. I know a lot of people raise issues about, you know, health issues and things, but I think this is a very specific thing, and I want to ask, and I'd like to ask the AT&T representative to speak first, because they actually provided the health safety report as part of their petition, and it was very clear that, you know, the recommendation in that report that it be at least 25 feet away from the general public.
Sorry, what sheet is that on?
It's not, it was on the petition that was submitted, it was on the last town council agenda. So it wasn't here, so you don't have it, so did you, you know, maybe if you could just come up to the microphone so we can get that on.
So AT&T, all of their facilities have to comply with the FCC regulations regarding emissions. What that drawing is, and as part of that report that we submitted, it gives you a sense as to what those emissions level are on a percentage basis of what is deemed the allowable limit. So, as you alluded to, greater than 25 feet away from the facility, and that being the antennas, would be less than 0.5% of the allowable limit. We look at things as we want to comply with the federal law. To have an arbitrary percentage then of the 100% limit we can go up to, that kind of flies in the face of how the federal law should be interpreted. As I say, the guideline is that the companies could go up to that 100% level, if you will, and that what we're showing is, though, that even our facility is a fraction of that. And, you know, to now have a regulation as to what that fraction should be is yet another level of regulation that by the local authority that is in contravention of federal law.
Well, but the federal law says you can only have that level of emission for 30 minutes.
Right.
So
but-
you're gonna only turn this on for 30 minutes a day?
But what I'm saying is we can go up to that 100% limit for 30 minutes.
For 30 minutes?
Oh, at any continuous,
Well, no, the federal regulation is very clear. It says 30 minutes. So my question is, okay, and I get, the other thing is, you know, it's interesting that you showed 3 to 5 feet. It's less than 3 feet. It's the red zone greater than 10% MPE. And you advocate placing a sticker on it with a warning label that says RF energy emitted by this device, you know, may be in excess of whatever, so that
that's
you're
for the
actually-
occupational.
for the occupational.
Yes.
So if you were to say that you could go up to 100% of that MPE and it would be safe, your actual drawing shows that you require to put a warning sticker for certified technician, not a person, general public, who is unaware of.
That's right, but it's still legal to operate with those safety
Right,
warnings.
Operate it, but I'm not talking about operating, I'm talking about, you can operate at full power. I'm talking about how close can it be to a habitable structure.
That's right. I'm agreeing with you on that.
You are agreeing with me?
Yeah.
So 25, so I don't want to say, but, so your own document shows that,
What I'm saying is, you know, as you alluded to, our facility is more than 25 feet away. So what we're saying is, the output from that site is less than 0.5% of what is the FCC allowable limit.
and I think that that's just, and again, our you know, our role here is to look out for the general welfare.
Absolutely.
And so I think if we, you know, to assuage the public's fears, we say, look, you know, we're not gonna allow any antennas placed where basically it's the continuous operation is more than 0.5% of the MPE, which essentially means for this 40-watt antenna is approximately 25 feet. All three of the petitions are more than 25 feet away, so that's not an issue. My concern is if we don't put that in there, and again, part of this is streamlining the application process. What I don't want to have happen is, you know, you come up with a petition to put an antenna on a pole that's in front of Barbara's house, and it's only 12 feet from her bedroom. Because she has no way of, you know, I guess she falls under that thing of the general population who is exposed and not fully aware of the potential for exposure. It cannot limit the control over that. So it's not, she said, I can only be in my bedroom for 30 minutes at a time to stay within that safe MPE, because they can't, because people don't know. So I think that's, my concern is, there are some places in Watertown, in the two-family zone, where there are poles on the street that are 12 to 15 feet from people's bedrooms. And I just think it's, I would have to say, have you go through the whole effort of making a submittal, only for us to come back and say, we think it's too close, we're gonna deny that. So by putting this in the regulations and making it part of the application process, then you and Extenet and Verizon and everybody else knows that we're not gonna put it on this pole because it doesn't meet that requirement.
Yeah.
Or we're gonna put an antenna that's only 20 watts, which is much lower power.
Right.
And could work in this location.
Yeah.
Or maybe, you know, 2 years down the road, when you got your 5G antennas that are only 5 watts, you know, that would be allowable, you know, on that pole that's 15 feet from somebody's bedroom. But a 40-watt antenna, a 40-watt 4G antenna is too powerful to be that close. And so I'm just trying to look at the reasonable thing to ground it in the actual federal law. And I just really think that, you know, the way it says, you know, it's 1 milliwatt per square centimeter, you know, for average time of 30 minutes. And that's the safe, you know, if that's what the federal law says is the safe exposure, I'm understanding that these are operating 24 hours a day. And you can't say, I'm only gonna be in my bedroom for 30 minutes a day, because that way I'll be below the federal limit. And, you know, people, the general public can't do
Yeah,
that.
as I say, our application, we're more than 25 feet away.
Your application's fine.
But I would advise that you speak with counsel if you're going to potentially abridge the federal law as it relates to future applications of whoever. You can do what you want, but I would just recommend you do that.
So should we say for, cell site's going to operate for a maximum of 30 minutes a day?
As I say, I would speak with your counsel.
Okay. Did you have anything to add to that?
Just for the record, I would echo Mike's comments and say, I don't see what you're saying as irrational, and again, but I can't stand up here and say I'd be okay with 20 or 25 feet. What I could do is supply that report, which I have, you know, that type of report that says it meets the standards set by the FCC. And certainly, that would be a condition you could certainly.
I'm saying the FCC says very clearly 30 minutes of maximum exposure. And so I'm struggling with what the FCC regulation says, which is great if you're a service technician who works in the cellular industry and you're working on that antenna, you know, I can only work on this for 30 minutes, and then I have to remove myself from the antenna because it says it's only safe for me to be exposed to it for 30 minutes at a time. And what I'm saying is the general public in Watertown does not have enough knowledge, nor should they be forced to leave a room in their home so that they fall within the safe limit defined in this. So there's an ambiguity. It's not ambiguous. It's very clear. It's a question of interpretation and reasonable regulation.
So would a reasonable regulation be that these facilities at all times have to be in compliance with federal law?
And we're going to define that by saying, well, the federal law doesn't say, it just says 30 minutes. So the only way you could do that is if you say, hold on a second, is you say, I'm only going to operate this for 30 minutes a day. And I don't think that that's your intention to spend all this money installing these to only run for 30 minutes a day. So again, the reasonable thing is to say, okay, let's set some limits. And since federal law says we're in compliance, I think we're in 100% compliance with that, but the federal law has left it up to us to determine what that reasonable is. We're not saying you can't install it, we're just saying a limit. And I'm just drawing on your very own document, and it actually says, it talks about 25, clearly, so it's got red, yellow, green, and then it's the white says under 0.5% MPE is greater than 25 feet. It says although the calculations assume a mounting height of 30 feet above ground level, some applications may require the antenna to be higher. The increased separation between the ground and antenna would result in even lower general public exposures. So I guess, your own document says you're okay with mounting it 25 feet away.
Yes, and mounting 10 feet away.
Well, it doesn't, it actually,
It's saying we're at 10 feet, we're between 0.5% and 1% of the FCC limit.
so.
Isn't that for the 30 minutes?
It's 1 watt per, so I guess the question is, it still gets into the 30, again, what it says is you could operate at full power.
The 30 minutes is a red herring.
Yeah.
It's assumed continuous operation, and
Yeah.
that we have to comply with the federal guidelines. And these limits in that drawing that you're alluding to relate to continuous operation, not 30-minute segments.
Right. So, what's reasonable? So to a certain
Look,
extent,
and by the way, I fully understand what you're saying, what people from the general public might be saying, and, we want to be a great corporate citizen as well, so I'm not here to try and push an agenda that doesn't jive with that. I'm just trying to point out to you, and I leave it up to you how you want to talk to Mr. Rich about that, because I know that's been tried in some other cities and towns, and there have been some issues, but rest assured, AT&T will comply with any federal, state, local law as it relates to emissions of our facility.
so,
And if you want to go beyond that or clarify it more, I would just recommend you speak with Mr. Rich.
Tony.
Okay, first off, thank you for your questions, Council. I'm going to expose myself to some fact that there's some things I need to clarify for me to even discuss. So I'm just going to ask a couple of quick questions, and then I'm going to clarifying questions, and then I'll go back to it. What does RF stand for in this discussion?
Radio frequency.
Thank you. That's what I thought. And then what is the maximum that's allowable, at the maximum MPE?
Well, this may not be the appropriate forum to get into this system of calculation here that is, physicists would have to interpret.
Yes.
We have, AT&T has a physicist, MIT, who can come in and explain this further if you'd like.
No, I'm just saying, if you're saying it's 0.5%, it's 0.5% of what?
Yeah, of the calculated limit pursuant to these formulas here in the report, which are above my pay grade and yours, I would bet.
So you're saying that the maximum permissible exposure, the MPE,
Yep.
would be different per facility?
No, it's very, the 47 CFR is really clear from 1.5 to 100 gigahertz. The maximum power densities is 1.0 milliwatts per square centimeter,
I see. I
with
see
the
why it's-
averaging time of 30 minutes.
okay. So I see why it's a little complicated.
So that's what the, right, that's what it says. And so you gotta figure out, I understand, the distribution pattern of the antenna, you gotta figure, there's a lot, it's complicated that goes into it. Basically, it's, 5%, 1% of that, 0.5% of that, it's just so the public is aware, that what the federal law says is maximum permissible, even at 10 feet, it's only 1% of that, correct? What you've projected from your physics report. So,
Wait, hold on, so if it's 30 feet in the air,
so
how does someone get within 10 feet of it?
no, this is next to a building. So
Oh, okay.
like if it's on a sidewalk in front of your house,
Yeah.
and your bedroom is 15 feet away from the sidewalk.
Okay.
So how much,
Distance made of it.
so that's what, that's really what it comes down to. And I think that's what I've heard concern from the public is, is this going to be beaming radiation into my house all day long? And, what's acceptable? And I think we need to reassure it, and, we're looking to both, AT&T and whatever carriers to be, help us work through these issues. And, we don't want to, we don't want to basically put a regulation in place that prohibits the placement of these. I'm just saying, think about Watertown, there's literally a telephone pole every 100 feet. There's thousands of utility poles, tens of thousands in Watertown. There's lots of places to put antennas, and I just think we were just looking to have some common sense.
Yeah, would it be helpful if on the 29th I tried to bring an expert to answer any other questions you might have on that?
Yeah, and again, in my mind, the question is, what's the reasonable percentage? Is it 0.5%? Is it 1%? And, that's, so, this young lady here,
Who establishes what's reasonable?
we do.
Well, the FCC.
Well, a lot of people do. It's the FCC.
The FCC is black and white. He's trying to come up
Well, the FCC, see, the thing is, the FCC doesn't say, this is interesting, the thing, the FCC says you need to comply with 47 CFR, 1.1307B, and that in fact references the standard in 47 CFR 1.13110.
Yep.
So, and then if you go to 1.130, there's a little table there, and that's what it says.
Yeah.
So the FCC didn't really say anything about distance. It just says, if the equipment complies with this 1.1310, it complies. But now complies, there's a big area there about in terms of what it complies and what we determine is reasonable for Watertown. And that's what I'm trying to, nobody would advocate that you place this, literally a foot outside your bedroom window and says, well, the FCC would allow that. Because I think everybody would think it's unreasonable. And in fact, AT&T clearly says that you have to put a warning sign to technicians working on it to stay at least 3 feet away from this antenna. So we need to understand that even though it complies with the FCC emission requirements, there still is, it's not a carte blanche. There are limitations for time exposure, and that's,
Yeah, that's where I'm having a little trouble, Counselor, is understanding the time exposure, okay? So if we have an antenna and it's emitting radio frequencies and it's going to be working continuously, it's not going to be working just for 30 minutes, it's continuous. And I understand that your study is based on continuous.
Our study
yeah.
is a worst case that they're running 24/7 and every antenna's.
at maximum power.
Right.
Wouldn't that be assuming that would be happening,
Yes, so
right?
that's why I'm saying the 30-minute thing is not.
Okay, right, so that's what's a little bit, we're really talking about trying to limit the radio frequency by limiting by using distance as a criteria. because the 30 minutes is just, it's not going to be, it's all the time. So the question is, how can we limit, I think this may be, of course, what is the best distance that we can impose that gives us the maximum, it gives us the minimum exposure to residents and still meets the federal, still won't be challenged in court? That's how I'm trying to understand your presentation, Counselor. What is the greatest distance we can impose that gives the minimum, the least radiation, and still meets the criteria of the FCC? So if 25 is the best we can do, we should go for 25. If we can go for 30, we should go for 30, but,
Yeah, the problem is once you go for 30, now you've essentially prohibited them from being installed on any residential street. So there's a, there's a sweet spot. And I guess I am, asking these two gentlemen, what's reasonable? So, we have apartment buildings in Watertown that are built right up to the sidewalk line with poles on them. So you literally, the utility pole is 6 feet away from somebody's bedroom window. Would you want, would you think it would be appropriate to install an antenna 6 feet from somebody's bedroom window?
oh, doesn't make sense.
And I think that that's unreasonable. And I'm not saying, there's plenty of other alternatives where you could install that doesn't effectively prohibit you from installing your equipment. We just want to be reasonable about where it's placed. And I guess at the end of the day, I will go back to our, safeguarding the public safety, health, and welfare, while at the same time not having the effect of prohibiting the provision of personal wireless service. So what's the balance between those two? And I think the balance is somewhere between, I could pick an arbitrary number, 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, but that doesn't take into account the unique characteristics of the antenna. So if we tie it back to the percent MPE, so you install a 100-watt antenna, it's going to be different than a 40-watt antenna, it's going to be different than a 20-watt antenna. So you decide what equipment you want to install, and then you run the calculations, and you find a pole that doesn't provide, whether it's 0.5% or 1%, we can have that discussion amongst ourselves. But something reasonable about, that's how far away it's going to be from a building. And I just think that you got to understand, we got a lot of concerns as counselors from the public, and they're looking to us to make that reasonable distinction. And I'm not, and I guess we're working with you, and you could say, yeah, we could challenge that in court. Well, this is America, you could sue anybody about anything. So that's not how we like to do things here. We like to kind of work and get something that works for you, get something that works for us, get something that keeps your customers happy, get something that keeps the constituents happy. And I just think that, based on just the physics report, that seems to be in the sweet spot somewhere. I would say, this report, 25 feet, but you could actually go up to, 10 feet, and make that same argument. So we don't need to decide today, but I think that I would ask, my colleagues, do you think we should actually have something that controls how close it is to people's bedroom windows?
Well, go ahead, Counselor.
And I guess, Kenny,
Well, Counselor.
Tony, it's question,
Yeah.
and just, should we regulate that?
Yes, I do think we should regulate it. I'm trying to get my head around the variables here, distance and maximum PME and MPE. So what if we decided that 0.5% is the maximum exposure we want anybody to have in Watertown? What if we went that way and we said, that's the criteria we want to say, but you cannot put an antenna in Watertown if the antenna emits greater than 0.5% of the maximum permissible exposure. And therefore, you deal with the watts, but whatever you end up with, it can't be more than 5%. Why don't we say something like that?
We could, and I just want to point out that what, picking that has no bearing on these three petitions, because they're all,
Because they're already there.
well, because.
But we're talking, I'm trying to set
Yeah, right,
regulations.
so just to be clear, so for these three petitions, you know, I think the closest one is the one on Palfrey Street, which is, I don't know if you have it on your drawing, it wasn't on this drawing. I believe it's about 30 feet, I measured it, to the front yard, that house, because it's a small, like, ranch-style house, it's set back 30 feet. But that's something we could discuss. Maybe we'll table that to the next meeting, but I don't think that that's going to affect us, yes.
Something I'm considering is the maximum limits that are set here, the 0.5% that you're talking about. Is that like total what somebody should be experiencing? Because there's also like the smart meters on the outside of your house, and there's different
Oh, totals.
sources of
Wonderful.
RF that you're experiencing. So is this limit based on just the antenna, or do you know what I'm asking?
Well, that's, you know,
Yes.
that is, you know, and this talks about, you know, 1.5 gigahertz up to 100 gigahertz. That's the maximum exposure. And certainly, do you have a Wi-Fi in your house, a router?
We turn it off a lot.
Yeah, okay, well, that's, you know, that's typically, those are typically 2.5 gigahertz, you know, so that adds to that, you know, and, you know, everything is additive, so,
The reason I'm asking is we're 2 houses away from the proposed antenna, and our 3.5-year-old's bedroom is the closest to where it would be, and so we're trying to minimize and trying to understand. I would be very interested to hear from the physicists.
so, yeah, and that's why, you know, even if we pick the limit of 1%, you know, well, you know, if the FCC's scientists said this is safe, and we say, okay, well, we're gonna say, you know, 1% of that is, you know, that's a safety factor of 100 even, you know, so it shouldn't, I think it's safe, you know, personally, I think that kind of works. And, you know, again, the house at 141 is, the corner of that house is 30 feet away from that pole. I think the one at, in front of UPS is 47 feet from the, and I think the one in front of our Watertown Mall there's a giant parking lot in front of it, so it's several hundred feet away from the nearest building, so.
So if we made that rule, no one would be appealing it.
So that's what I'm saying, you know, the practical thing
Yeah.
is, but again, we just don't want to literally have it 6 feet outside somebody's bedroom window. And I think, you know, if you or your children were to live in an apartment like that, you know, maybe you wouldn't want that either, you know, and I just think that's you know, our job is to, you know, the reasonable man standard, and I think that fits.
I think we need to go back to go back to what is the minimum exposure? What is the minimum, what is the maximum exposure we want to allow? And therefore, what distance does it need to be in order to achieve that?
Right, and that's, yeah, so I like to tie it to something like concrete. So let's maybe just maybe hold this
Okay.
as a
So it's
placeholder
already
and,
9
and
o'clock, so-
and take it, because it's already 9 o'clock, yep. Patty?
I wanted to say that on Palfrey, not very far away, is a hill where there aren't people living. Are there any poles on that hill?
There's currently no poles on that hill.
So then everybody would be.
So that hill is, the top of the hill is Whitney Hill Woods, which is a town-owned conservation land, so they wouldn't, this falls outside the limit, they would not be able to put a pole in that park.
So I don't want to table this because there's no point of us having the discussion to now make a decision on it and then rehash it and spend 45 minutes having the same exact conversation next time. So I'd be in favor of moving forward as written.
I would be okay with that, too. Tony, you okay with that 0.5%?
Yeah,
And then-
I think that, is that?
Is a preliminary, you know, we'll have time to refine this further in future meetings, but let's just say, we okay with the 0.5%? And I understand concerns duly noted, but let's move this.
Can you sort of explain, what does that mean? What does that mean, 5%? What,
0.5%.
Yeah, just say what
Yeah,
it
go ahead.
means.
So the FCC has said certain amount is allowable, and we're saying half of that.
No, you're
We're
saying
Has
0.5,
to be,
We're
has-
sa-
yeah, you can't, you
We're
have to
saying,
be
we're
within.
saying 0.5% of that.
0.5% of what?
Yes.
Okay, so
Did I not say that?
you said half.
Oh, okay, yeah, half of 1%.
0.5%.
Yeah.
Okay. So how does that 0.5%?
Yeah.
How does that affect the distance?
So if you,
Depends on how
so it
powerful a
depends,
thing
it depends
is.
on the specific
On the
antenna.
watts, it depends
Yeah.
on the watts?
So if you look at this physics
Yes, I got
report,
that
so
one,
there's a great little graphic, and whoever this guy you hired did a really nice job with that, so. Somebody who,
Depends on
somebody who loves physics,
So
I just appreciate it. So you see right there, it says
Depends on the power.
less than 0.5% in the
Which
white.
is 25
is-
feet.
Is
Was
25
great-
feet and greater.
greater.
So that,
So 25 feet
But this
seems
is
to be the
based
one
on
where
a-
it's gonna
this is-
meet that level.
if it's 25 feet away from a house, it's fine. And
Yeah.
all three
Based
of
on
these
a
petitions.
40 watt
Yes.
thing. So if
Transfer.
someone does a,
100, then that's gonna change.
it's going to change.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need that language in here about the watts.
Well, no, because this is,
It just wouldn't
that's a
be permitted.
percentage, it's a calculation of
Yeah.
the. So if, as you increase the power, the formula becomes different. That's what this, see, this
But
formula.
it still has to be up to, no greater than
0.5, yeah.
0.5.
So
Okay,
if.
I could live with
yeah.
that.
So if it was 40 and the house is 25 feet away, but they wanted to put 100 in that same spot, it wouldn't be permitted.
Right.
And remember, it's just the cube of
Yeah.
this one, but anyway. So, hey, let's just move on with that, because there's a couple other things we want to go, because it's already 9 o'clock, and did you want to talk about that radiation?
I don't know why we have to make the decision right now, but if you are going to make a decision, you have to remember
Already made it.
that municipal MPE might change. And you don't want to have your, regulations be stuck to something. Remember how lead changed tremendously? The acceptable level decreased by a lot. And you were anticipating that maybe the output will decrease as things get, fancier or whatever. We want to make sure that that's true and that they don't increase. So whatever your language is, whatever your formula is, I think you have to make sure that you don't fall into 0.5 is a God-given safety level.
We could change it.
Well, the thing is, it's tied to whatever the federal government has decided is safe. And if they decide there's a different safety level, and they change 47 CFR, well, then this will automatically change. But again, we can't,
Appreciate this
yeah.
discussion that you're having. I appreciate the way you.
So a couple other things. One of the things, sort of the last thing I want to talk about is poles. Just so you guys know, we have a terrible problem with utility poles and Verizon in Watertown. Double poles falling over.
Every single city in town we go to, we get
So a couple of things, and again, so I'm just going to read a couple of things based on my experience of people calling me to complain, that I would like to have us impose as conditions, is one, the pole shall not be leaning, and I would like to define that as having a horizontal displacement from the vertical of no more than, I said 1% of the pole height measured from the top of the pole. So that means a 30-foot pole couldn't be leaning more than 3.6 inches. Is that too much? Is that too little? I think we need to put something in there, because we've got poles that are just, we have brand-new poles that Verizon has put in. There's a pole that's leaning literally 10 feet off a vertical, and they'll put another one in next to it that's in the same hole, that's also 10 feet off the vertical. And it, it's just sloppy workmanship, and I hate to make you guys the tool of the lever that we have against Verizon, but I think we need to say, because this is a long-term infrastructure investment.
Well, how many poles would that eliminate?
Well, that's,
Steve?
well, let's not say, so can we all agree that a pole shouldn't be leaning? The percentage,
You work out.
we will have to figure out what that is. But I think that if you drive around town and you see poles, one pole is leaning this way, one pole is leaning this way, it's like, I'm sure they were vertical when they were put in 30 or 40 years ago, but today they're.
Okay.
So that's one thing. The second thing is the pole should not have any structural damage or any underground decay that would reduce the strength of the pole. The pole should have an expected life of at least 25 years past the date of installation of the antenna. So you're putting this antenna there, it's going to be there 20, 25 years. Reasonable. And all unused cables and equipment attached to the poles shall be removed prior to the installation of antennas. So we got a lot of poles where, and again, we're gonna make this a condition of the permit, and you're gonna need to go back to the pole owner and say, these things need to be complied with before we're gonna sign off on it. You may think those are unreasonable. I think that we need to protect the public interest, and these are things, you know, literally, I want to say once a week, but maybe every 2 weeks, there's a pole falling in Watertown. And it's just, they're just so old, and do you got, either you have solar panels on the roof of your house? Well, if you're gonna put solar panels on the roof of your house, you always replace the roof first, because you don't put in solar panels with a life of 25-year expectancy on top of a roof that's 30 years old. And I view this sort of the same way. If we're gonna be putting antennas on poles that are gonna be in operation for at least 20 years, we wanna get the pole right and just clean up some of these things. And I know, as we talk about phones, you know, I would say half the households in Watertown do not have landlines. So there's lots of unused wires hanging from poles. Many of them are just coiled up and just dragging on the ground. And, you know, we expect that, you know, under Chapter 166, they're required to remove it.
That's why we need all this cell coverage, too.
And they, yes, and I say, and you know and I know, just so as everybody in this room knows, that 10 years from now, the Verizon landline business will not exist. So at some point, all that stuff is gonna go away. And the major clutter on the poles is all these big, you know, 300 pair of cables that run up and down, and at some point, they need to take that off. So if we're gonna be putting in the new, we gotta take care of the old.
Can I ask you how you're going to determine whether it's underground, a pole is underground decay?
Well, actually, if you read Chapter 166, it describes exactly what they're required to do.
Dig around the pole?
Yeah, to inspect it. Have you been noticing there's little white X's on the pole?
Yes.
Yeah, well, somebody's been going around to inspect for termite damage, and,
It's more than just termites.
yeah, or other structural damage. So I get just, you know, so I think we're gonna do it. So I just, is everybody in agreement that we should sort of have some regulations on the condition of the pole?
Well, I agree. I just also think it's a way, that we've had some problems with Verizon on the poles, and this is
And-
moving over the responsibility over to the AT&T.
So the AT&T petition, that's a relatively new pole in front of the UPS building. The one on Palfrey Street is really old. It's got some actual physical damage on it. Actually, I drove by it, and there's an X on it with an arrow, which means they're gonna replace it. So they are gonna replace the pole. And I would just caution you to talk to Verizon before they replace the pole, and make sure they put in the new pole plumb, because if they don't put it in and it's not plumb, we are going to make your grant of location conditioned on removing the new pole and putting in another new pole that's actually plumb. So that's, you know, that's the leverage you have, and that.
Should the committee decide to vote as
Should the
such.
committee decide to agree to do this. But I think that that's just fair, you know, because if you had a company install a fence in your backyard, you would expect the fence poles to be plumb and not leaning, one leaning this way, one leaning that. And we're not asking for anything more unreasonable than that. And I understand you put in a pole and it's plumb today, and 40 years from now, it's leaning because that's what happens. But when you put it in new the first time, it should be plumb. And I think that that's just a reason. So that's sort of what I had for technical things.
But we're not deciding on a percentage at this point.
We're not at this point. What I would like to do is, considering the lateness of the hour, it's just a little bit past 9. So what I would like to do is, so going through the petitions, if we could just take a moment to look at the petitions. Because what I'd like to do is sort of give these guys sort of some homework to come back with at the next meeting. So if we look at the petition for 141 Palfrey Street. The first thing I would like is sort of, typically we ask for, and this is actually in the next section that had, what I would like to have is sort of a narrative that the public can understand. So a narrative of what it is, and the AT&T petition has that. There's a letter, cover letter that says what you're doing, what you're hoping to do. So if a narrative, there's a couple of errors on your drawing. So the first one being, the drawing itself says 162 Palfrey Street. It's got the wrong address on it, even though the map clearly shows 191. So if that could be fixed, and then if you look at page 2 of your drawing, there's actually a 3-phase primary line on that pole. Your drawing does not show the primary line. It actually shows 2 secondaries. There's only 1 secondary line. So if you could fix the drawing of that. It does not show the electric meter. And that's something that's going to be actually required to be installed, is an electric meter. So that should be on your drawing, showing, where that is and the height of that. So those are just some sort of sloppy technical things, is the only nice way to say it. And actually, if you look at the photo that's there with it, it actually shows the primary line on it, but it's actually not shown on the drawing. So that's a couple of things, and also the, what's that?
Side mounted.
Yeah, then the side, yes, so the side mount shows at the top mount. The other thing is, what I would like, and I think Barbara asked this, but the coverage map. So typically when we do through the ZBA, we have the carriers submit a coverage map with isometric bars that show the signal coverage. And if it's a multi-band antenna, so these are both 4G and 5G, you'd actually have 2 maps, one showing 4G coverage and one the 5G coverage. And that would be laid over the street map, so you see the effective coverage of the antenna. I think so. The coverage map, I think, is something you need to supply for that. Typically, we ask for data sheets on the actual equipment, the antenna, and I know there's drawings of them, but it would be, the spec sheets would be nice to have, so we can actually verify it. And also then the RF field calculation. So AT&T, the petition submitted that. If you could submit that, look at that so that we could, look at the actual RF field calculations. And that's typically done by a certified professional kind of thing. Yes.
Can that also be done visually so that we can see the shape of?
That's what, if you look at the AT&T petition, that's actually what it was a graph, it's a really quite nice drawing. So, then the other thing is, so from the pole owners, we'd be looking at, actually sort of laid this out on, page 2 of the application process, that the life of the pole, that there's no damage to the pole, that kind of stuff. And also something in writing that, the authorization by the pole owner that you're installing this, that's typically something that we get. Typically, when we do it through the ZBA, the building owner is part of the process, but here, the owner is, who's the owner is AT&T, or is it co-owned by AT&T and Eversource? So that, all that kind of stuff, would be, I think, just the whole package would be nice, just so we can, when we go ahead and approve it. My question to Steve is, when we do the grant of location, typically when we do it for a special permit, we reference the control drawings. And if the owner comes back and says, I want to change this to something else, I want to take out this 40-watt Galtronics antenna and put in a 100-watt antenna for something else, we would require them to come back for a modification to the grant of location, because what we approved installing is now going to be different. Not to say you can't replace it, for maintenance, replace like for like, but if you want to install something different than what we've granted, how would we do that? Would we make that a condition of the grant of location that,
You could typically, for upgrading equipment, it is again a streamlined process that they're allowed to replace equipment, but they do have to submit documentation to us and provide that to us. But it's not an additional public hearing process.
not an issue, right, but just sort of a modification, unless it's so, what they're proposing so dramatically different that it's, becomes a different thing.
Yep, sure, absolutely. If it was completely different wattage or different type of equipment, then sure. Yeah, that's something we could consider.
And then the last thing is, what's the signal connection for these? What are you tying into?
How is the signal getting back to the switch? Yeah, it's all tied into the fiber.
The fiber where's the switch?
What they would do is they would go to, depending upon how it was.
So let's say the Palfrey Street one. So there's no fiber on that.
Yeah, so they get route back to the nearest cell site.
It's the nearest cell site, which may be,
A mile away.
okay, by running fiber optic cables on the existing poles.
It's existing fiber here, so it's pretty.
Okay, so that's going to be tied into existing fiber network. You're not going to be building a new base station somewhere else to tie into.
There are situations where that can happen, where like a neutral pole state would need to do something like this, but this is just going to hook up the existing infrastructure.
And then the one, so the AT&T one, the one on Coolidge Avenue, where's that going to tie into existing fiber on Arsenal Street, or?
That's, yeah.
Okay, so it's not like you have to string something new. Okay, that was a question I had, because it wasn't clear about, it just said fiber by others, and it didn't say where, because there's no fiber on Palfrey Street. So that would be, so if you have, if you're going to lease this to AT&T, and they're going to, so AT&T would have to get permission from Verizon to add a fiber cable to 100 poles to get to them. Or they could tie in. Okay, so that, yeah, all aerial, because, so that's a lot. What I'd like to do is, if you guys are okay with sort of getting that to us prior to the next meeting on the 29th, I gave both you my cards, right? So if you got any questions you want to follow up tomorrow, and just do that. But my goal is, if we get sort of a complete package, that'll allow us to actually make a formal recommendation to the town council. And I would like to do that at the meeting on the 29th, because we need to get it, the way the town council timing is, we need to get a report and recommendation to the council clerk by the February 7th, in order to have it for the public hearing and vote on the 12th. So we do have if it drags beyond that, then we're not going to make the February 12th meeting, and it's going to drag into the 26th meeting,
Well,
so.
it has to drag it'd have to go on the 26th for the Coolidge one, right? Because we're just doing the public hearing.
Well, we're going to have to, so if we were to have Maryland schedule a public hearing for the Coolidge Avenue one,
On,
like, if we tell her tomorrow to go ahead and do that, we could have the public hearing.
okay.
Because there's the statutory notification process of doing that. So that, we could
You
do
could move
that.
it.
So if the committee feels comfortable with having Maryland post a public hearing on the 12th, Steve, is that okay with you and, so,
For the,
if it's okay, I'll let Maryland know to post that?
with the approval of the council president.
Yeah. I will ask him, obviously, first, but,
That's for February 12th.
yeah, for February 12th.
So we're going to vote on the extent petitions on the 12th, but we're only going to have a public hearing.
And
the
then a
first
vote, public hearing and a vote,
And vote.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because we had the public hearing in November
For AT&T?
for the Palfrey Street and Arsenal
Right.
Street. And then the president closed the public hearing and tabled it and referred it to committee, waiting for us to come back before the council votes.
Okay.
When would you anticipate voting on the regulations?
Well, so the regulations, so we're going to come up with a committee report that's going to have sort of conceptual recommendations, but they're not going to be the actual ordinance. And then I think, my goal would be on the February 5th meeting to have further discussion about sort of formalizing regulations, because our intent is to, if you read the FCC regulations, is they don't want secret regulations, they want published regulations. So our goal is to sort of do it the way we do it with building permits and special permits. But it's on the website, you go there, you download the regulations, here's the application, here's a checklist of boxes of all the things you have to supply, and just sort of make it easier for you, easier for us, so you know what to provide us, we know what we're supposed to get, and we know what when we get it, we have the complete package, so it makes it easier for us to take action to approve
So
it.
this is, since it's not an ordinance and it's not an amendment to the zoning code, Steve, would this thing be like a building permit? These regulations would be part of like a building, since it's right away? It's not a zoning amendment and it's not an ordinance. So when we get these regulations, where are they going to sit? And
Well, that was, before Steve
you
answers
wanna do that later?
So,
we can do that later. It's 9.
and if you look at the very last page,
Okay, you're right, I see it.
other points for discussion.
Other points.
Should it be an ordinance or something else? And, that's the question I think we need to decide whether we should do this as an ordinance. Many cities do this as an ordinance because it's fixed. We could do it as a regulation if we wanted to. I mean, there's different ways we could do it, but we don't need to, considering the lateness of the hour. We can have that discussion. It would be my intention to have that discussion on February 5th. So if you look at all these questions on the last page there, there's a whole bunch of things that came to mind. How stuff gets posted on the website. There's a lot of just mechanics, internal mechanics that we don't need to bore these two gentlemen with.
Okay.
But
I make a motion that we adjourn.
Okay, just before we do that, so we okay, my committee members, about posting on February 12th?
Yeah.
Okay. Before that, just any last questions from you guys?
No, thank you, you guys have put a lot of thought into this.
Okay. 2 weeks, okay, and just anybody from the public have any last questions? I know, okay. Okay, so I'll entertain the motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Very good, it's 9:19. Thank you, cable TV.